back to Earth?
7 miles.
7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together.
That's what's up.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Good afternoon, and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm Bethany Stevens, and we are here today to provide a status update on the historic first crewed test flight of the Orion spacecraft post-lunar flyby. On our panel today, we have NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, Dr. Lori Glaze, head of Artemis, Rick Hinfling, Artemis II Flight Director, Kelsey Young, Artemis II Lunar Science Lead. We'll start with opening remarks from each of the briefers before opening it for questions in the room and on the phone bridge. If you're on the phone, press *1 to submit your question. When called upon, please state your name, affiliation, and to whom you'd like to direct your question. With that, I will hand the floor to Administrator Isaacman for his remarks.
Thanks, Bethany. It's been an exciting Artemis II mission so far, and a very eventful 24 hours as the crew surpassed the Apollo 13 distance record, 252,756 miles from Earth. They relayed observations from the lunar surface. They've captured some incredible imagery. They performed a ship-to-ship call with their colleagues on the International Space Station. They performed additional manual piloting of the Orion spacecraft. They've been working at a reduced cabin pressure of 10.5 psi in support of future integrated lander operations, and they did take a call from the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. We had millions of viewers on that that tuned in for that historic broadcast, and it concluded with the President promptly inviting the astronauts to visit the Oval Office. Now, Integrity left the lunar sphere of influence earlier this morning, so they're now approximately 229,000 miles from Earth, and they will splash down Friday evening at approximately 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time, and the recovery weather is so far looking favorable. Now you can see some of the spectacular images the crew have captured here on our screens. There we go. Now this is the first time humans have documented some parts of the far side of the moon. Now, these images will be publicly available on NASA's website, our digital platforms, and the White House actually released the now iconic EarthSat photo from earlier today. Now, these are the first of many incredible images of the moon, and we'll continue to release them as they become available. My understanding from just a few minutes ago is that they captured over 175 gigabytes of imagery from the lunar pass alone just yesterday, and the images that you are seeing right now have been transmitted back to Earth predominantly through optical communication, which is pretty cool stuff. Now, before I turn the call over to Dr. Lori Glaze, I wanted to share some of the other things that we are doing at NASA while the Artemis II crew are underway on this historic mission. So the crew on the International Space Station are hard at work. They're undertaking the science and tech demos, many of which have directly supported the Artemis program missions and will continue to do so. The Exploration Ground System personnel, if you want a quick Kennedy Space Center update here, have been out at the launch pad. The crawler, my understanding, is approaching the outer gate, and we expect ML1 to be back in the vehicle assembly building within approximately a week. Now, this would cut down on the turnaround time that we observed from Artemis I, measured in months right now, several months. On the science front, my understanding is the Blue Origin Mark I lunar lander is wrapping up here at the Johnson Space Center in Chamber A. Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope testing is progressing, so much so that we feel reasonably confident we're going to announce a target launch date this year sometime in the next 2 weeks. In aeronautics, we've been flying the X-59 almost daily while the Artemis II mission has been underway. So we work to rebuild our X-plane portfolio. The first senior level Artemis III mission design discussion today. Teams are working with vendors on moon-based RFIs and RFPs, and we are advancing the Skyfall scientific payload for the first interplanetary nuclear-powered spacecraft, SR-1 Freedom. I think the most important point we're trying to make here is we can launch history-making missions like Artemis II, start making meaningful progress towards Artemis III, and do all the other important programs the world's been waiting for from NASA. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Glaze.
Thank you, Jared.
I just have to say, wow, when I look at all of those images that were scrolling by. I hope all of you are as inspired as I am. I know as they continue to be downloaded, they're just absolutely stunning, and we really hope that they are inspiring truly everyone in the world. As the crew surpassed their record for the farthest distance, as Jared just mentioned, when they traveled on the far side of the moon, they offered some compelling words, and I love this. They said they challenged this generation and the next to make sure that this record is not long-lived, and I love that because we have big plans to go not just back to the moon on a regular basis, but beyond. And then, of course, while it's been really exciting here the last couple of days, as we've been watching all of the activity in Orion, we still have to ensure that Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy return home safely on Friday evening. So we're pretty focused on that now, making sure that they get home safely. I will just say a couple of things about yesterday's operations. Really provided a great opportunity to test how our flight operations teams and our science teams are working together in real time with the crews at the moon. And in fact, from my perspective, one of my favorite things about watching all of the amazing data that was flowing down yesterday is thinking about how so much of NASA is working together in order to enable all of what you're seeing.
Exercise within 2 minutes for the off-ramp maneuver.
All right, better stop exercising. But as I was saying, what's really great to see everybody working together. So I think about our exploration programs that are supporting our transportation systems like Orion, working with our flight operations and our flight directors, all of the ground teams that are supporting, including the science team supported by the Science Mission Directorate, thinking about our crew that are actually performing the work, and then the payloads that have been provided that they're using. So everything that you're looking at isn't just, it's not just the pretty pictures, it's a huge chunk of NASA working together to enable that. All of this information that we're gathering is really going to help refine how we plan our future missions to the lunar surface. I'll just say that our flight operations team continues to fly Orion and put it through its paces as the crew and the spacecraft make their way home. And the mission isn't over yet. We do continue to learn from how our spacecraft and our crew are operating together in space. We continue with several of the science activities that are focused on the crew health and life in space. So still a lot of things going on, and with that I'm going to pass it over to Rick so he can share some of the operational details.
Thank you, Lori. The administrator touched on a few of the operations that the crew's been up to recently, but I'll fill in a few of the other details of interest. Since we last met Sunday evening, the crew performed the first orbital trajectory correction maneuver, outbound trajectory correction maneuver number 3. It was 10.4 feet per second. The burn duration was 19 seconds, and we used our auxiliary thrusters on the service module. Obviously, yesterday was the big day with flyby, and I'll save all those details for Kelsey, but we had some really poignant remarks from the crew, and I can assure you there wasn't a dry eye in mission control when the naming of the 2 craters was announced by Jeremy. As part of the lunar flyby, the crew made their pass closest to the moon, flying at 3,138 miles per hour relative to the surface of the moon. And now they're on their way making their march back home to Earth. We bid a temporary goodbye to the moon earlier today at 1:23 p.m. Eastern Time. That's the milestone where we exited the lunar sphere of influence and we're back under the control of Earth's gravity. As for today's operations, we had a couple of public affairs events. The crew is going to have, each of them will have a conference with their family members. We'll have some routine medical checks. And then in the evening, we're going to perform the first return trajectory correction maneuver. It will be 1.3 feet per second. It'll last about 15 seconds, and we're going to use the service module reaction control system thrusters to do that burn. We expect that burn to occur about 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Finally, I'll conclude my remarks with acknowledging that the USS John P. Murtha has left port and has started steaming out to the midway point for the recovery of Integrity and her crew later on Friday. That's all for today's operations update, so I'll hand it over to Kelsey.
Thanks. Spirits are very high. We did what we set out to do. The lunar science team and the crew prepared extensively, as we talked about a couple days ago, for flyby, and I hope you all saw that yesterday during execution. We confirmed, as Lori mentioned, that we can, achieve science through orbital observations and through integrating science into flight operations. And as Rick just said, we left temporarily, and we're looking forward to integrating all these lessons learned in future missions. I can't conclude opening remarks without diving into science detail, so forgive me just a couple deep dives. Impact flashes, over a 30-minute observation period, and this was largely during that time of the eclipse, crew observed several impact flashes. We did have citizen scientists here on Earth also looking for flashes, and I know that the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter team is hard at work trying to identify evidence of those impact flashes that the crew observed. I did have a chance to have the post-flyby crew conference with the crew this morning, and we asked a lot of follow-ups on those impact flashes. Impact flashes are caused by micrometeorite impacts hitting the moon, and they really help tell us about the dynamic lunar environment, which is of course also important when we think about future missions. I don't know if I expected to have the crew see any on this mission, so you probably saw the surprise and shock on my face. And though I was not in the science evaluation room, I heard that there were audible screams of delight. So, very excited science community. You've heard me talk a lot about the importance that human explorers bring to scientific exploration, especially around observations of color. And so I'm sure all of you, like I was eagerly awaiting if they saw any other colors other than black, white, and shades of gray. You heard that they did indeed. Right away, they started describing the green around Aristarchus Plateau and different brown hues. And these colors really help tell us nuances about the chemistry of lunar material, especially the greens around Aristarchus. That was exciting. That's something that we can all see from here on Earth. And so I encourage you all to go out and look at the moon tonight and look for Aristarchus and imagine those green hues that the crew members saw. You heard a lot of discussion, especially from our pilot, Victor Glover, about the Terminator, which really, to our mind, highlighted the benefits and also the challenges for future surface operations. The lighting conditions along the Terminator that the crew experienced yesterday do mimic, in many ways, the lighting conditions of the South Polar region. The low sun angles, the dramatic lighting causing, the extreme shadowing, and illumination also accentuating topography. This is really important for our agency's future moon-based plans and understanding how crew member observations can contribute to future mission planning. And finally, the Artemis II crew, in a very poignant moment, offered proposed names for two unnamed craters in the moon's eastern hemisphere: Crater Integrity for their vehicle and Crater Carroll for Commander Wiseman's late wife. I think we have a picture. Yeah, thank you. Upon return, the crew does plan to submit these to the International Astronomical Union as consideration for official names. There was, as Rick said, not a dry eye in the house. Really poignant moment, and that we were really glad to observe them describing. And with that, I think we can take questions.
Yep, we will open the floor and take questions, and my colleague Will over here will pass along the mic. We can start with you, Jackie.
Thanks so much. Jackie Waddles with CNN. I don't think there was a dry eye on Earth when Carroll Crater was named. I was just curious, was Reed aware that that was going to be something that the crew was going to do? I was just curious if there was any pre-planned discussions and they were just kind of looking for the crater, or kind of how that came about. And then really quickly, I also wanted to just check on a toilet status update. We heard this morning that I thought I heard some chatter around it being considered, a reentry issue now. Like, is the toilet out of commission until they get back, or where does that stand? Thanks.
I'll take the second part.
Okay. Yes, I know the crew put, a lot of, obviously, thought and pre-planning into what you heard yesterday. It is my understanding that he was aware prior to yesterday.
And the toilet remains operational. The challenge that we're working through is evacuating the wastewater tank. The vent is a lot less than we were expecting, and so we're having to fall back to some other alternate means other than the toilet. But what you overheard on the spacecraft or on the Orion to Earth channel this morning was us deferring some maintenance on the toilet. Typically, when you have 4 crew members using it throughout the day, nominally, you have to do a maintenance activity once a day. And with a lower use rate, since we're not able to vent the wastewater products, we don't need to do the maintenance as often. And so that's what that exchange was about.
Thanks. Irene Klotz with Aviation Week. I'm over here. Jared, that's a pretty impressive and full portfolio of missions you outlined that NASA's involved in now. And without getting you in trouble with your boss, are you going to be able to defend an $18.8 billion budget, $5.6 billion for 27, or are you prepared to kind of work with Congress to see if the administration will support more? Thank you.
I will say we'd like to keep the focus on what we were speaking about today and then move on to other questions like that at a later date and keep the focus on the mission. Thank you.
Mark Strassman, CBS. I feel as though I talked to about 10 people off campus today, and they all wanted to ask me about those remarkable images. And so they asked me, so I'm going to ask you. Have you seen anything in those images that surprised you? And what about those images touched you?
Take that, Kelsey?
Sure. Oh my gosh. When I woke up this morning, I've spent most of my morning just flipping through, the thousands of images that have started to come down. And there is something in every image that surprises me, right? I mean, you might think that after looking at hundreds of images taken of the lunar surface, I would get sick of it. I have not, nor do I anticipate getting sick of it. It's just their experience and the amount of time and the rate at which they were moving. Every vantage point is different. You heard them audibly describe yesterday, wow, I'm looking at the same feature as I was 10 minutes ago and it looks different, right? And the images reflect that. And so, when I see these images, I connect to each one in a different way, especially in light of what we heard from the crew yesterday. I think as a geologist by training, I love looking at the pictures of the lunar surface, but, I think certainly, emotionally, a lot of us have connected with the images of Earth, with the images from during the eclipse, with the images from the vehicle cameras taking pictures of the moon during the eclipse period. And while they are inspirational and I think allow all of us to, really feel a little bit of what they were feeling, there's also a lot of science hidden, inside of those images. And I can tell you that right now, as we speak, there is a science evaluation room full of several dozen scientists who are already getting going on those images. Just as one example, there was a healthy scientific debate this morning about some of those images taken during the eclipse period and what we can see of the solar corona and what we can see of zodiacal light. So the conversations and the science lessons learned are just beginning.
Hi, TG Mascara with the Epoch Times. Thanks so much for taking the time. For Jared, as we saw with Artemis II going around the moon and having that very characteristic blackout of when they go around the moon. How much longer are missions to the moon going to have that as we develop a moon base? And where do, say, communication satellites in lunar orbit land on the priority list?
Yeah, I'd say, people have asked quite a bit about, it was elevated blood pressure when we were without comms with Orion on the far side of the moon. We have comm issues in LEO relatively, routinely. Certainly our operators train for it, our astronauts do as well. But in terms of the bigger picture, can we do better? For sure, right? We've talked about, prioritizing observation and comm relay satellites for lunar operations so we can bring the world along with us as we build out a moon base. And I think I was in a meeting not that long ago where we described it as if not the the platinum age for commercial communication capabilities, certainly the golden age. We're very close. So we have a number of providers that are all investing heavily in these kind of capabilities that we can take advantage of in LEO, cislunar space, and I have no doubt in lunar orbit in the years ahead.
Hi, Kay for Interstellar Gateway. Thanks for doing these. This is really cool. Jared, question for you. Can you speak on the responsibility of what being the administrator during such a pivotal moment means? And secondly, I'm speaking on behalf of musicians around the world and bands. I have a band called Chasing Satellites, and will there be potentially an opportunity to submit music for a future Artemis mission for the wake-up calls? That was really cool to be a part of and to watch as a musician.
Certainly. So I think I've described before that I thought that certainly felt a lot more pressure, being on the outside and responsible for a human spaceflight mission than being in the vehicle itself, especially a mission such as Artemis II, which kicks off so many other exciting ones to follow as, we return to the moon and build that enduring presence to learn so that we can undertake even grander missions, as Dr. Glaze referenced, beyond the moon in the future. So I think it is a great responsibility, but you derive confidence from all the expertise that exists within NASA, the workforce, our commercial, our international partners that come together for a moment like this, all the testing that goes into it, and the fact that we have this playbook before and we're running it. Now, in terms of contributions for music and future wake-up music for subsequent missions, I hope we're running so many missions to and from the moon in the future that we're going to have to cast a very wide net for creative content. So.
For Administrator Isaacman, Tom Costello with NBC News. I'm just wondering, how are you feeling now? I realize we don't have the crew home yet, but you've had a very successful trip around the far side. How are you feeling about this setting the stage, testing out the vehicle for a lunar landing as soon as 2028?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd say for this mission, we're certainly off to a good start. I mean, clean launch, and the vehicle has been doing well. I've made commentary early on that I like that we're talking about, water access valves and cabin temperature and even plumbing issues, for that matter, for all the things that we could have been potentially talking about prior to the mission underway. But I'll breathe easier when we get through re-entry and everybody's under chutes and in the water. In terms of getting ready for the subsequent missions, it's kind of why I picked some of the words that I did at the beginning of this press event, is that a lot of people's rightful attention right now is on the crew of Artemis II, especially here at JSC and Mission Control, especially the recovery forces that are now making their way out to bring this crew back to their family. And for everybody else, we've got the other things to get done, including thinking about Artemis III. It's why I was very happy that the crawler is making its way out to 39B right now. We've got a timeline to get it back in the VAB, ideally in a week. That would cut down on the turnaround, I think, by 3 months compared to Artemis II. So we can undertake, again, world-changing missions like Artemis II right now and get ready for the next ones at the same time.
Hi, Josh Dinner, Space.com. Has this mission revealed anything about life aboard Orion, crew workload, flights in deep space, or maybe something unexpected that will shape how NASA and Artemis crews approach preparing for future missions?
I'm going to take that flight ops.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. We've learned a tremendous amount as part of a lot of the flight test subjective activities we've been doing. I think we have a couple of problems that we still need to work out, but Orion has shown itself to be a very capable capsule for beyond Earth orbit space travel. And I think the things like, as the administrator talked about, the things that we're going to have to improve upon for Artemis III are relatively small and incremental in nature, as opposed to wholesale redesigns of spacecraft subsystems. So overall, I'm extremely pleased with the performance of the spacecraft and how it's served as a campsite for our 4 crew members.
We'll go from Marcia to Eric and then do a couple on the phone bridge.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for Dr. Young. It's hard for me to know how quickly these pictures are coming down. How many would you estimate that have come down so far of the moon? And these luminous flashes on the surface, was that an actual meteor shower, do you think, or is it just your usual business of falling debris?
Yeah, so the team, the FOD team, is working really hard to bring down the images as fast as they can. Of course, we also have other vehicle data that needs to come down as well, but the team is working really hard to try to get those images down and of course, get them out to you guys as well. We, as of the time I left Console roughly an hour ago, there was just over 50 gigabytes of data from yesterday that had come down. Of course, that's not, every image does not exactly have the moon in it, but it is taken from within the lunar observation period. So we're working really hard to get those down, as well as the audio files that the crew were taking. That's a really rich scientific data set because it captures the nuance of what the crew were seeing. You know, we heard a few of those per hour in those science situational reports you were hearing yesterday, but there are multiple hours of recordings of, you know, meaty science observations, about 2/3 of which we've been able to get down so far, and our team has already been looking at that, you know, those couple hours of transcripts and audio files. As for the impact flashes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we think they saw at least 4 and possibly up to 6 impact flashes. Again, I talked to them about that just this morning in the crew conference with them. I think, you know, you know, it's very early to tell, right? This happened less than 24 hours ago. Our teams are looking at it now, and spacecraft like the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter will be really helpful to try to help us narrow in on that. But the lunar environment is a dynamic place, and we have a lot to learn about it. You know, LRO has returned a lot of information about the lunar environment, but observations like this are a critical part of our understanding, which will pay dividends for future surface exploration.
Eric.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. There's a question maybe for Jared. So why haven't we been back to the moon in 53 minutes? I'm just kidding. So you brought up the Artemis III mission design. Can you bring up sort of, or talk about the 2 or 3 hardest problems that you're tackling? Sort of, you talked about the mission design meeting today, but sort of the 2 or 3 hardest problems you're tackling right now to make sure that launches next year.
Yeah, so I don't want to get too far out in front of a mission that's underway right now. I would just say that there are a lot of things based on the information we have available today, from feedback from our vendors, that we know are achievable. And I think one of the questions probably will just be what the initial orbit will be for Artemis III. Is it going to be LEO or HEO? And I think that we're all going to have some sense of which one, and there's pros and cons for each of them for sure. We're all going to be able to have some sense about which path we'll likely go down based on launch cadence of our 2 HLS providers, both of which have launches coming up, I would say, in the next month or less right now. So a big key to our strategy, not just to return to the moon, but to stay and to build a base, is going to be rapid reusability of heavy lift launch vehicles. So the more they get experience doing that, the more options that are available for us for Artemis III. But I'd say right now, we certainly have a good plan for that mission. Will help us buy down a lot of risk in advance of a landing for Artemis IV in 28.
Jeff Faust with Space News.
Hi, Jeff Faust with Space News. Question for Dr. Young. Now that you are going to get all of these images and verbal descriptions and annotations, what's the plan for the science team in the days and weeks ahead to go through all of that data and see how they address the 10 science objectives that you laid out for this mission? Thank you.
Oh my goodness, what a good question. We have a lot of data to get through. Like I said, it has already started. We had teams working overnight, you know, after the crew went to sleep, as soon as we started getting data down. You know, I will reiterate that we will be getting all mission data relevant to lunar science archived and made publicly available within 6 months post splashdown. So these are all of the images of the moon, these audio files, and even the annotations. But in the meantime, over over those next 6 months, we're also going to be preparing 2 reports that we also owe to be publicly released within 6 months post-mission. One is a science operations report that describes, how our team was structured to integrate with flight operations to accomplish our objectives. But relevant to your question, the second one is a post-mission preliminary lunar science report. And so we are going to be going objective by objective with those 10 lunar science objectives you referenced, looking across this entire, really rich, robust, but very large data set, and really trying to understand what data we got relevant to each objective, but set up the community for success so that they can access those data and help us answer these fundamental driving science questions. The lunar science team for this mission, it was our charter to develop the objectives and to maximize the science value out of this mission. We'll be doing an initial assessment over 6 months, and then we're really eager to see what the community is able to do with these data.
We'll move to Ken Chang with the New York Times.
Thank you. So I have some questions about the optical communications. How was the performance like? How many gigabytes was sent? What was the data rate? How does that compare with what was expected? And how does it compare with the usual way of sending data back? And it seems like it's been almost operational already and not just a test. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the question was relative to some of the data rates for the optical communication system. I'll just give you a stat from overnight that we heard from Consul. We got 20 gigabytes down in a little more than 45 minutes. That's orders of magnitude more than we get via our S-band telemetry system. So optical comm has been working really well, and hopefully we can take what we learned on Artemis II and expand its operational capability and its implementation for future missions.
And now we will move to Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Out to me yesterday was just the vivid descriptions that the crew used for what they were seeing and how they remained in kind of constant contact and talkative throughout the flyby. I'm wondering if it's possible to say how that might have compared to the Apollo crew observations and how that robustness impacted the science and the data that was collected.
Absolutely. I mean, probably a lot of people watching have spent a lot of time looking back at Apollo and maybe watching Apollo in real time online and reliving what the Apollo crews, not just on the surface, but in orbit experienced. You have, I'm sure, heard the Apollo descriptions of the lunar surface from orbit, and they were also really impactful. They trained heavily in geology and orbital observations, just like the Artemis II crew did. I will say, listening to the level of scientific discourse that the crew was having yesterday was incredibly inspiring. I mean, a testament to how much they prepared before this mission. I heard a couple times Christina and Victor especially saying, when we took the time to actually talk to each other about a specific target that we were both seeing, we elevated each other. We elevated what we were able to pull out of that target. More brains on a scientific target are better than one, and we heard from them directly multiple times that they were helping each other to advance their scientific understanding of what they were looking at. We actually also heard them say, hey, we have a hypothesis. Can you guys provide guidance on that hypothesis, like right now in the middle of our flyby? So the science team was saying, was cross-checking what they were seeing, was reading up geologic ages of major lunar impact features, and it was informing the observations they were making during the flyby. I mean, this is absolutely everything we hoped for by integrating science into flight operations, because, again, science enables exploration and exploration enables science. And the fact that, they're giving observations and, I was able to immediately follow up on those observations with just the quick questions that can enhance science return, it meant that they were evaluating and buying down multiple working hypotheses in real time during their flyby. And just imagining the future when we have crew on the surface for short duration missions and ultimately the moon base, the amount of science we are able to gain when, science is woven into this operational fabric is incredibly impactful. And we saw that, for 7 straight hours yesterday.
Now we'll move to Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, good afternoon. For Rick, what is the approximate time on Friday when the crew module separates from the service module, if you have that on hand? The administrator mentioned splashdown is expected for around 8:07 Eastern. And then any color on kind of reentry prep work ahead for the crew and mission control between now and Friday. Thanks.
Sure. I'll start with some of the times. The crew module and service module separation is going to occur about 20 minutes before entry interface. So that separation will be at 7:33 p.m. Eastern Time. We expect entry interface about 7:53 p.m. Eastern Time, with a splashdown around 8:06 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday. As for the preparations that the ground and the astronauts are doing today to prepare for entry, or today and future days, a lot of it is all of the science equipment and cameras and tablets and reference material that got unstowed in support of the flyby. Well, we have to put that all away. We have to pack up our suitcases and get ready to come home. And that takes time, and so we are laying out a plan to make sure that the crew gets everything packed away in time to get their suits on and get in their seats to perform that final trajectory correction maneuver on splashdown day and come home.
We'll move back in the room to Joey and then on to Will.
Thanks. Joey Roulette with Reuters. I just had another quick toilet question. Do you have any idea as to why the venting is not happening as fast as you hope it is, and what other hardware on the spacecraft might that implicate, or what other problems might that cause?
Yeah, so the engineering team is going to go through a full fault tree to identify all of the potential causes of the blockage. Initially, you may have recalled that we thought it might be icing up at the nozzle at the outer mold line of the spacecraft. We have pretty high confidence that it's not an icing condition. We've put the spacecraft in a sun-focused attitude to bake off any ice. We've activated heaters along the lines internal to the spacecraft, and we still see a blockage. And so the latest theory is related to some of the chemistry that goes into ensuring that the wastewater doesn't develop any biofilms. And there may be something going on with a chemical reaction where there's some debris that's generated as part of that reaction, and it's getting clogged in a filter. But again, we don't have root cause, and once we get the spacecraft back into the processing facility in Florida, we'll be able to get access to all the components and do a real detailed fault tree to identify the root cause.
Hi, Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for taking the time. Going back to Dr. Young's point about the intersection of science and exploration, to both Dr. Young and to Dr. Glaze, given the number of believed to be impact flashes that the crew observed during just a relatively brief amount of time, I wonder how these observations and the ones made previously by LRO will factor into creating the conditions for a moon base that can allow the astronauts to stay safe, given the probability that they may experience a micrometeoroid impact at that site. Thank you.
Want to say anything? Well, I do think that the data that we're collecting with these observations, and as you noted, the LRO data that we're continuously collecting, we have been for quite a while, all of that is being fed into our plans and making sure that we understand what all of the variety of risks are. There's many that we're looking at, and of course micrometeorites being one, as we start to establish infrastructure on the surface and understanding those rates. These kind of data really help inform us as far as what we can anticipate. And of course, the different parts of the moon, down at the South Pole, maybe a little slightly different rates than we would see higher up at higher latitudes. So we need to compile all of those data and understand where, what those impacts might be.
Hi, Nick Notori with ABC 13. A question about the scientific stuff that you found yesterday. I know the question was asked about what was inspirational. I talked to Joel Kearns yesterday, and he had told me, I'm just looking at his quote, as a scientist, I can tell you what's most inspirational is when you're pouring through something you're working on and you realize you're seeing something that nobody else has ever seen before. I know you talked about the impact flashes, but is there anything else that no one else has seen before that you guys have already saw? And then also explain to us on Earth that maybe this is high level over our heads, how what was photographed or taken yesterday could maybe give us some answers on our planet of Earth.
Thank you. Yeah, lovely questions. I might just give a specific example of something I heard from the crew yesterday. My background's in geology and specifically impact cratering, so every time they describe those beautiful basins, I get really excited. They did describe Ohm crater a couple of different times, and they noticed a variety of different color and albedo hues associated not just with Ohm, but with the rays that extend out from the crater. This could indicate, impact events are really compelling for a lot of reasons. Obviously, I'm quite biased, having written my PhD on them. But they can excavate material from great depths below the surface, which means they're kind of like a geologist cheat code, right? Where you can't get all the way down there by yourself, but when an impact has brought up that material for you, it can actually perform that excavation, and we just need to send the crew to the right spots on the surface, and they can actually look at depths far below the surface. And I bring that up here to say that what the crew observed around Ohm yesterday was they actually noticed color and albedo hues coming out in those rays, and they noticed that they were distinct and different and evolved along the ray systems, which could potentially lead us to believe that that crater excavated from distinct depths below the surface of the moon. So it's those kinds of nuanced observations that can ultimately inform future landed missions, future crewed missions, to understand where can we go to maximize the scientific value. These ultimately get at chronology of the solar system, at how the inner solar system has evolved over time, which connects to the moon being the witness plate for our planet and for the inner solar system. You heard Lori and I the other day get very excited about talking about pesky plate tectonics and oceans and vegetation that gets in the way of us looking at the early part of our planet's past, and the fact that that part of the record of our Earth-Moon system is still available on Earth. Well, where it's available is the highlands, the far side highlands, and the South Pole. Specifically, the South Pole has the South Pole Aitken Basin, which is my personal favorite lunar and planetary science objective. It's the oldest basin in the solar system. If we can get the right age constraints on that basin, it can help us anchor the chronology for the entire solar system. And so crew observing things like they did with Ohm, where they can say, with my eyes, I can see this distinction, which can ultimately tell us that future observations of high priority landing sites could tell us something similar. This is how we start to really bite away at these really, really fundamental science questions that impact not just our understanding of the moon, but how our own planet has evolved over time.
Mark Kirkman with NSF. This is for Rick. While we have you here, I'd like to drill down a little bit on entry day a little more. Sounds like weather in the primary recovery zone is looking favorable, but can you walk through, as we approach EI and pass EI, what redes capability you have, what kind of cross range and downrange capability you have, when you committed to that landing zone, and also with this thermally benign entry you're going to fly, do you still expect to exceed Apollo 10's speed record? I know you don't care about that stuff, but we do.
That's all right. You can still keep asking the questions, and we'll go follow up, and we'll find the answers. I do not have the answer offhand about the Apollo 10 speed record, so we'll have to get that back to you tomorrow. And tomorrow, I'm actually going to provide a lot of detail about the sequence of events for entry, as I'm the entry flight director for Friday evening splashdown. But with respect to your particular question about entry interface, we can select a new landing site as late as entry interface. We would prefer to not do that. We like to give ourselves a little bit of margin, but we can adjust the latitude and longitude of the site, and the spacecraft will fly to those coordinates so long as we get that command up before entry interface. So we're going to make a decision far in advance of entry interface to know where the splashdown site will be, because our top priority is to ensure that when Integrity and her crew of 4 splash down, that we have the recovery forces right nearby to help get them out and get them back to the recovery ship. So we have about a 475 nautical mile range. I can't do that conversion. But 475 miles of ocean within which we can select the most acceptable weather. And as you said, weather near San Diego looks favorable, so I'm optimistic that we'll be able to land close to the shore.
Tom Clark with Sky News in the UK. First of all, congratulations on the flyby and those breathtaking images, and thanks for doing this too. There's been a lot of focus on the toilet, but I'm looking to get a kind of overall perspective on how happy you've been with Orion and the European Service Module. What are you definitely going to have to fix before you fly it again? And how confident are you looking ahead to re-entry?
I'm not sure I heard the end of the question. You talked about how the Orion is performing, and it's performing spectacularly. I have to tell you, our Orion team is so pleased with really everything the way that it's performing. The engines, the manual control that you've heard us talk about several times, that the crew have just gone over and over about how well that's performing, how nicely the Orion crew module is handling. The service module, again, providing everything that we need. Yeah, we've had a couple of challenges, but overall, I mean, I think they're pretty minor in the whole grand scheme of things. The hardware itself performing extremely well. We're really looking forward to turning this around and flying again in a year, and then again a year after that. I think this hardware is really spectacular, and we're really looking forward to doing this more often. We're going to get the toilet figured out. The toilet is actually functioning perfectly. It's the drain, the ability to vent the wastewater. And as Rick said earlier, as soon as we get this down on the ground, we'll be able to get inside, and we will get to the root of that.
Hi, Lisa Grossman from Science News. This is especially for Kelsey, but actually for all of you. The astronauts yesterday used a lot of really fun analogies and descriptors for the features on the moon they were seeing. Did any stand out for you as favorites?
Oh, of like the analogies they used to describe lunar features? Yes, I liked the handprint, and that actually, we had a team working overnight to figure out exactly what they meant. They found it this morning. They were very excited to figure out exactly what they were talking about. I think, we train them, to be totally blunt, we train them to describe it like they see it. Tell us what speaks to you and how you can communicate it back to us. And so I think Christina delivered on that ask when she described a feature as looking like a wound. We do agree. I'm not sure it was my favorite lunar descriptor I heard yesterday, but it was evocative, and she was right. It did indeed look like a wound. And I was also really resonating with the way that several of the crew members were trying to, in the spirit of wanting to have a scientific dialogue, right? They had science questions they were trying to answer, and they were asking us some pretty sophisticated questions real time. And so to bring us with them on what they were seeing, the way that they were cluing us in to how they were moving across the moon by saying, take this feature, draw a line from that to this, and then continue going, and this is the feature we're looking at. Help us use that as a waypoint. It was an incredibly impactful way to have our team be ready to very quickly provide them with answers to the science questions, which is, again, important, not just because, of course, we want to support our crew at the moon, but when we can respond quickly and understand what they're looking at, it maximizes science, because we can immediately ask the follow-up question and have them burrow in even deeper on those multiple working hypotheses. So the descriptions are not just great to clue us into what they're seeing, but it really helps us in real time maximize the science we're getting out of, in this case, a 7-hour flyby.
I'd like to just comment real quickly on one of my favorite. It wasn't actually a lunar observation, but it was during the eclipse, and they were looking at the planets that could be seen. You could see Mercury, Mars, and Saturn.
And Venus, yeah.
And Venus on the other side, yeah. But they're looking at the planets, and I can't remember who said it, said one of them looks kind of red, and Kelsey's observation was, that's Mars, you're looking at your future. And I thought that was spectacular.
Thanks. We only have time for a couple more questions, so I'll pass it over to you, Jonathan, and then we'll do one more.
Thank you. Jonathan Seri with Fox News. I would love to know about the logistics that went into the ship-to-ship call. If you could explain in layman's terms, how did it work out? And perhaps more importantly, what was the symbolic impact of that call?
So the logistics, we have done a number of public affairs events on integrity throughout the mission. We do them multiple times a week on the space station, and everything goes through Houston. So the data comes through the Deep Space Network, through the Jet Propulsion Laboratory over to Houston. We have audio and video technicians here in Mission Control who can reconfigure the routes for the data and send it to the appropriate destination. We do public affairs events down from the ISS through the tracking and data relay satellite system. And so that's something we do all the time. It's just a matter of connecting the two wires. And so logistics were really quite easy despite the distances.
Yeah, maybe I could add too, I was in the flight control room this morning for that call, and something I observed that I didn't anticipate, of course we're expecting the crew joy at talking and connecting to each other, but looking around the room at the other flight controllers, and actually the viewing gallery was open for other FOD employees to observe. This is a team sport, so many people, thousands of people work to enable this, and seeing the joy on everybody's faces as these two missions flying at the same time had this moment of connection is going to stay with me as a moment of inspiration from this mission.
Yeah, and I would just add, in terms of it being symbolic, it is certainly a step in the right direction. It began with a single person in a Mercury spacecraft, and we progressed to 2 spacecraft at one time. Now we've got an international space station while a spacecraft is coming back from the moon. This is progress. We talk a lot about, what is an interesting KPI, the number of people living and working in space. We want to see that number grow. So hopefully in the not too distant future, we've got communication going on between our moon base, their colleagues that are orbiting above them in a lander, relaying back maybe to other colleagues on an international or future commercial space station. These are all steps in the right direction for the exciting future that many of us were probably imagined as children and we're trying to bring into reality.
We're going to do last question.
Hi, Dr. Allison McGraw, Mysterious Meteorites from here in Houston, Texas, for Lunar Science Lead Kelsey Young. Are there going to be any science data available of perhaps the color data for the impact flashes or trajectory directions they came from?
I asked the crew about that this morning. Any color? How long did they last? Where were they? And Reed and Jeremy, as I was talking to them, had their crew tablets out and they were making annotations and sketches on what they saw. They did just report this morning in our conversation that they didn't observe any color to them and that they were very, very brief, but they did provide sketches on where about they saw them. And so again, like I said, we're going to use the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter to try to, track to those features and try to identify what they saw. Trajectory is going to be hard, but Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter data can help us pull that out. What we really wanted to do before the crew, splashed down and got distracted with all of the things they're going to be doing here was capture that nuance before it got overcome by a lot of other mission events. So we were able to capture a lot more detail this morning in my conversation with them, and the LRO team is off to the races.
Great. With that, thank you for joining us today for our mission status briefing. We will have another briefing tomorrow. Until then, you can continue to follow along with the mission 24/7 on NASA's YouTube channel, and we will leave you with these beautiful images captured by Integrity.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Artemis Mission Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where teams continue monitoring all systems and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft, the first flight of humans on this spacecraft. The crew is having a little bit of a quieter day today. They woke up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time this morning, got into their post-sleep period, and then got to talk to the International Space Station crew. Following that brief encounter, they stepped into their post-lunar flyby conference with science lead Kelsey Young. You just saw her in our mission status briefing. Since then, the crew has had some opportunities to speak with their families and exercise a little bit too. We are targeting the RTC-1 burn this afternoon. That's Return Trajectory Correction 1. This helps fine-tune our flight path for Orion and its crew to come splash down on Earth. We are now 3 days, 2 hours, and 9 minutes from our initially targeted splashdown time. You're looking at a visualization of the spacecraft. Now 48,670 miles from the moon and 228,090 miles from Earth, continuing to grow closer. You can keep up with this data at any time by visiting nasa.gov/trackartemis. Coming up shortly, we expect the crew to have their intermediate burn targeting conference. At that time, the teams will load up the latest burn plans aboard the spacecraft. The burn we're expecting this afternoon will be small, especially in comparison to the translunar injection burn that put us on this trajectory. These trajectory correction burns are using the RCS, or Reaction Control System, thrusters on the spacecraft. Much smaller thrusters with much less power than the OMS, or Orbital Maneuvering System, engine that we used to propel us around the moon and bring us back home. This is a live view from the spacecraft looking at the service module. That large nozzle is the OMS engine. We do not intend to use it again during the mission, having completed that translunar injection burn. We're coming up on the burn conference ahead of today's return trajectory correction burn with the crew members aboard the Orion spacecraft. As you heard Commander Reed Wiseman call down earlier, they have only eaten about 40% of the food allotted to them for this mission. The food the 4 astronauts eat plays a key role in maintaining their health and ensuring they can perform their mission objectives to the best of their abilities. Let's learn a little bit more about how to eat in space.
Around the moon meal.
Around the moon meal. What would you eat? Cheese? Can you think?
Oh my gosh. That's clever. What do you think?
That's good. My name is Christina Cook.
And I'm Jeremy Hansen. We're crew members on the Artemis II mission flying around the moon. And when we fly around the moon, of course, we're going to be taking some food with us.
That's right. This is how to eat in space. Here we are in what we call our food lab at NASA Johnson Space Center. We come in here quite often to sample space food. The neat thing about the food selection is it is so diverse. Different entrees that you wouldn't imagine can be rehydrated and actually good in space are completely fair game. And it's pretty awesome.
We came in for Artemis to do this. We got about halfway through the first session and we're like, we're not really sure we're going to have time on board to warm this stuff up. We talked a lot about day one. It's a long day. It's hours before we even leave the launch pad on our way to space. And then when we get to space, we have a lot of important events that day. We just did a sim yesterday where lunch is scheduled. It's
midday meal.
Yeah, midday meal for all 4 of us. And so those would be great moments, I think, in our mission to have prepped some food and sit down or float as a crew and just have a joint meal.
For sure.
I think that'd be fun.
My name is Xulei Wu. I'm the food system manager for ISS and Artemis. The food lab at Johnson Space Center, that's where we make and package most of the space food, and also where we will be making all the food for the Artemis missions. Food is a big part for our crew members. They provide the nutrition, the calorie, micronutrient for crew members, but also boosting crew morale. It's very important. There is always a lot of steps, very strict steps for us to follow to making sure the food we provide are consistent and meet all the food safety, nutritional requirements, and most important, also need to taste good. The other strategy is always promote the variety because everybody's food preference can be very different. Therefore, the more variety we can have, the better to meet the needs of the astronaut group.
They bring out these little tiny samples of each food, and you're like, oh my gosh, I thought we were having lunch. And then by the end, there's so many space foods, and every time you leave, you're like, I am so full.
I'm so full, I'm in pain.
And you just rate them like, I love this, I don't want to eat it, I'd eat it if you tell me I need it. Because what the food lab does is they take all your preferences, but they're also like good parents and they're like, you need a well-balanced diet.
Exactly. They were like, no, you can't have mac and cheese every day, Christina. Sorry.
I'm Wyeth McKinley. I'm a flight controller and a crew instructor for Artemis II. We're here at the Space Vehicle Mock-Up Facility at Johnson Space Center. We're inside the Orion mock-up where we perform crew training for the Artemis II mission. On the Orion vehicle, crew is able to heat up their food using our briefcase-style food warmer. The food is held in contact with the central heater plate by these springs so that it can warm up and they can have a delicious meal. Much of the food and drink that's on Orion is rehydratable. And so crew at our potable water dispenser will fill up their food and drink, and then at that point, you go ahead and pop it into your food warmer.
I'm kind of envisioning there's maybe one person putting the stuff in and out, kind of tossing it out to everyone as it's done. Or maybe if we're not scheduled together, you're just on your own over there, popping some things in. Or maybe just in your 2 minutes of free time between things, you're kind of getting it ready so it has time to warm up. We'll see.
Eating together really resonates with me. I think it's just a human thing to break bread together and to enjoy that necessary thing you have to do, the thing you should be grateful for. And so doing that as a group, as a family, has always been meaningful for me.
Absolutely. It represents togetherness and something a little out of the ordinary. You don't necessarily get to have those meals with everybody in your life, but if you are sharing a meal, especially if you're sharing breakfast, lunch, and dinner with a group of people, that means something. It's like a camping trip.
Go ahead.
down and to the left, line 17, the DAP load is 3 for burn maneuver.
Go ahead.
In the guidance solutions section, the delta V tote now 1.4 feet per second. The TGO is unchanged at 1.5 seconds.
Good, go ahead.
Attitude, yaw, 154. Pitch, 2.6. Roll, 2.87.
Copy, go ahead.
And the last bit's the delta V, X, minus 1.2, Y, 0.6, Z, minus 0.6.
We copy all. Thanks for that clear read up, and we see that our next step is to run 2-level targeter.
We concur, we'll be watching, and just a reminder that we're not pressurizing the tanks before this burn, so we're going to do it in blowdown.
Copy blowdown, and understand we have a go to complete step 9 on board, even though the burn execution steps show it as a skip.
Checking. Oh, good catch, Christina. We missed that. That should not say skip. We do want you to do step 9 for intermediate targeting.
Copy all. We will do it and chat with you after. Thank you.
Roger.
That was Capcom Stan Love here in Mission Control Houston, a fellow NASA astronaut speaking with NASA's Christina Cook aboard the Orion spacecraft. The crew aboard the spacecraft is preparing for their return trajectory correction burn. It's the first of these return trajectory correction burns, reported to be a 1.4 foot per second delta V burn. Again, we are expecting that return trajectory correction burn tonight around 7:03 p.m. Central Time. These small return trajectory correction burns. Houston integrity with that. If you wouldn't mind just giving the rest of the burn execution steps a once-over, we think they all look nominal from here on out, but we'd feel better. Let us know if you see any other deltas. Thank you.
We will run an additional check and call if we find any other problems.
Perfect, thanks. Such a fantastic view coming from a solar array camera on Orion, looking back at all of us here on Earth. Currently, the spacecraft is 227,756 miles away from our home planet. Orion is now 49,168 miles away from the moon. Earlier today, the spacecraft exited the lunar sphere of influence. That's when the pull of gravity is strongest on the spacecraft.
And Integrity Houston for Christina, we have double-checked all of the steps in the pad for the execution, and we found no more mistakes.
You guys rock. Thanks.
And Christina, while we've got you, we have increased the fan speed, and we're wondering if you want us to keep it at this level for the next exercise session.
We feel it, and yes, please.
We will do that. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
This is the Artemis Flight Control Room at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Current flight director is Jeff Radigan, leading all of the teams around the room, monitoring Orion's systems. This is Flight Day 7, following launch on April 1st of Orion atop the Space Launch System spacecraft at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This live view is coming from Orion, looking back at all of us on Earth, or should I say looking to all of us on Earth, as that is where the spacecraft is headed following yesterday's lunar flyby.
Integrity Houston for the timeline. Integrity Houston for timeline.
We're live in Artemis Mission Control, and you are looking at a live view of the Earth from the Orion spacecraft. We are now 5 days, 23 hours, and 39 minutes into the Artemis II mission, the first flight of humans aboard Orion. The crew aboard the spacecraft has been working on the targeting plan for the upcoming RTC-1 burn. That's Return Trajectory Correction 1, a fine-tuning maneuver to keep us on a straight and narrow path on the way to the Pacific Ocean.
Integrity Houston, voice check, Orion Earth 1.
We have you loud and clear, Stan.
We have you the same. Did you hear 2 earlier calls for a timeline about 3 minutes ago?
Negative. Go ahead, those calls again.
Okay. We had just tried to get your attention for some timeline things. It looks like there was some uplink going on elsewhere in the system. We're going to chase that down. For the timeline, can you please give us a status on the RHC install and the docking cam install?
Yeah, we're just processing the docking cam install right this moment. Probably be another 2 minutes before it's up. And we're assuming we need to disregard that. the RC, we knew it was in the procedure earlier. It's prepped, not quite up yet, but it's in position, so we're good with the RC.
If you're happy, we're happy, and copy the docking cam. Next, at the end of your midday meal, we've got a scheduled flight director crew conference. The vehicle looks great. We don't think we need that conference, and if you agree, we can cancel.
Okay, crew's good up here. We can go ahead and cancel that.
All right, and finally, we saw your intermediate targeting complete successfully, and solution looks good from here.
Okay, we concur, Stan. Appreciate it.
That's it for now. Enjoy your lunch.
We most certainly will enjoy this very rare lunch out in deep space. Okay, Houston, you can go ahead and check the docking tunnel and making sure you're seeing everything you expect in the camera.
Copy, we'll take a look.
We are live in the Artemis Mission Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, with a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 23 hours, and 45 minutes into the flight of Orion on Artemis II, the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. We just heard some calls while the teams are planning for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn, and the crew has been given a go to get into their midday meal. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, I am joined by Trey Perryman. He is the Orion Mission Evaluation Room lead. So thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, good afternoon, Leah.
Tell me a little bit about you and your role.
Sure. During this mission, I'm called the Orion MER lead, the Orion Mission Evaluation Room lead. And so this is a team of engineers, a large team of engineers who have a critical role in the success of this mission. We are responsible for really being the engineering source of knowledge base for the mission. So this is a large team comprised of the engineers who designed, built, assembled this spacecraft, and then processed this with our KSC team members before launch. During the mission itself, we are here in the Mission Control Center. And we provide that expertise to the operational teams, the flight ops team, the launch team, before we lift it off. And my role is to lead this organization, this team of engineers, and then during the mission, report out the findings, the observations we have to our leadership team, to the mission management team and others.
So what's the configuration like in the MER? Is it consoles like this? Are you staffed 24/7? Can you break that down?
Sure, yeah. So the MER itself is really a combination of different functions across the spacecraft.
Monitor off a battery until bedtime.
got the acoustic monitor on batteries, and we have checked and are getting good data from the docking camera. Thanks for that work.
Trey knows the rules, that we always let the astronauts talk first.
That's very important. I grew up in, I was telling Leah, I grew up in this room here as a flight controller on the Space Shuttle program and ISS assembly missions, and so I definitely have learned that protocol. So bear with me as I explain this. But up in the MER, this is a collection of focus areas. So we have different, we call them consoles, just like we have in the flight control room here. And these are really representatives of different engineering functions or expertise. And so we have a console, for example, for the power system, for the propulsion systems, flight software, guidance, navigation, control. And so these people are all, they come together in this in one place, and they're comprised of different organizations. So NASA, the ESA, the European Space Agency, and our contractors, Lockheed Martin and the Airbus company. So we have a blended team of engineers who participated in the development of this spacecraft and now its execution.
Well, tell me a little bit about how the MER works with this front room, because I hear calls, on these back loops about checking with the MER on something. So how does what the team does there inform what the team is doing here?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. In the Artemis program, we are really a combination of many teams. And so the operations team, the flight control team here, and then the Orion MER are different teams, and they play a unique and separate role. So the operations team, just to start there, is responsible to execute the mission. And so they fly the spacecraft, they send commands, they work with the astronauts and plan their day and plan the activities on the spacecraft. For the MER team, we're really focused on truly the engineering depth of knowledge. And so we are following the vehicle systems, monitoring the performance of components, of integrated systems together, the whole spacecraft itself, really to understand how the vehicle is performing, understand it against what we were expecting pre-flight, and then to help when there are anomalous conditions. So sometimes there are things that have gone wrong, as others may have noted here for this mission, it's the MER's role to help the ops team through that. So the operators here in the control center will respond to an issue. It'll be the MER's role to find resolution of that issue over time. So they're unique roles, and we talk and compatible, and so we talk with one another through the mission. So our flight controllers here and the MER consoles talk regularly, every day, all through the shifts, about what's going on in the spacecraft components. And then our team upstairs is led by MER managers, so they're responsible for one shift to the next in the MER. This MER supports round the clock, and just as the flight director does in this room. And so our MER managers and the flight directors coordinate as required.
Well, let's talk about preparation a little bit. So I know that we participate in sims here in the flight control team. How does the MER prepare for a mission like this?
Right, very similarly. So the MER team, we're different than flight controllers. And so where the flight controllers, this is their bread and butter, operations is what they do primarily. The engineers in the MER are also very good because they draw upon their day job of designing and understanding, really qualifying the system, testing, evaluating, improving. And so for the MER team, our training really begins with what we do outside of the mission, pre-flight, ahead of time, and in understanding this vehicle, defining what the vehicle will need to do during the missions. And so when it came to really I think your question is really about how do we actually specifically prepare for this mission. We began in January of last year, and we formed the team and identified who would be on the team, and then participated in dozens of simulations with the launch team out at KSC, and then also here at mini sims with the flight ops team. And so exercising team communication within our own MER team, and also communicating with the flight controllers, communicating with the launch control team. A lot of the simulations we do stress scenarios, which are useful for learning about the systems, but also learning how do we communicate, how do we resolve in a timely manner, how do we understand the condition of the vehicle and make sure that it is ready to continue to fly and successfully return the crew home.
Fantastic. Well, let's talk a little bit about yesterday. So we had Lunar Flyby Day. Yes. What was the energy like in the mission evaluation room?
It was a fun day. So, and a day, I think, full of emotions. I think for many who witnessed yesterday, probably around the world, we all shared similar emotions and feelings about the gravity and the momentous occasion that was. you know, when Jeremy was calling down and spoke about those craters, and naming those two specific craters, I don't think there was a dry eye in the room. I mean, silence. So most of the team upstairs, like here, are wearing headsets, but we had a lot of extra visitors. So we had speakers on, but you can just hear very clearly Jeremy coming through the speakers we had up there. Very impactful. And then as we approached Paralone, the altitude of closest approach to the lunar surface, lots of excitement. I mean, immense joy as we led up to the Earth set before we went into that eclipse period and loss of signal period. Before launch, the crew members came out and visited the MER and talked with us and gave us patches, those double-sided patches that they decided, where one side is a picture of the Earth with the moon in the distance, and then the other side is different with the moon in close up, and then the Earth in the distance. So we did what they had asked us to do, and so at the moment of Paralune, we all had a little ceremony of or activity of flipping the patches, and so immense joy, excitement. It was pretty fun. And then as we knew we would get signal back as Orion continued to fly on the other side of the moon, and we knew we would get comm back with the Earth, intense focus. Really wanted to make sure, what is that vehicle looking like once we got comm back with them.
It sounds like we were going through some similar things in both of these rooms.
I'm
you
sure.
know, when the craters were named, it was a moment of silence in here as well. It was very, very touching. And we also have those double-sided patches, and we got to show those yesterday on the broadcast, and we had our own moment of getting to turn those around. So it was a very fun day here as well, and I'm glad to hear that you had that in the MER too.
Yeah.
So now that we're through Lunar Flyby, we're officially on the journey home.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the rest of this mission and coming down and coming to splashdown?
Yeah, this mission is not over until we get the crew back. So the MER team has extreme focus right now. There are a lot of things that the crew members are doing themselves in the cabin to prepare for this journey home, and we are also watching the spacecraft. And it's really mindful that we are.
Integrity Houston for smoke detector.
I'm looking at it right now, and it looks good. Stan, what's up?
It is showing us a bunch of noise and spikes. We're wondering if something is bumping against it.
We were just setting up for a photo in the cabin, but I do not think we have hit it, so that would be abnormal. Christina's checking it. There is one charging cable near it that she's re-anchoring now, but nothing is really in the way of that thing.
All right, copy, Reed. Actually, that's a helpful report. We might have been getting some interference with that cable. We'll keep an eye on it.
We just heard a call from the crew aboard Orion, from the Capcom Stan Love here to the crew aboard Orion about potential signal from the smoke detector, and it may have been interference due to a nearby cable, and the team's going to keep their eye on it, but no alarms here. Trey, we were talking about the journey home now that...
And Integrity, we are no longer seeing that noise on the smoke detector, so we're suspecting interference from that cable.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Just what we were hoping to hear. We were talking about the MER, and now we're on our way home, and the mission is really not over. It's definitely not over until we have the crew back safely. So what's the focus like right there now?
Right. We have a couple of trajectory correction burns coming home, and so the MER team is looking at systems that would be involved in that and the performance of those burns to really make sure we're hitting the right entry interface conditions. I mean, that's really where, for this spacecraft, the rubber meets the road in terms of recovery and returning home. We need to hit that target so that the rest of the spacecraft can go through the Earth's atmosphere, open parachutes, and finally successfully splash down. So the MER team is looking at that. We're worked through a handful of different different anomalous conditions on the spacecraft. I think the crew is doing very hard in the space, working through different things in the spacecraft and their own day, their own schedule. And so we're watching that, but really all eyes towards entry interface.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing them under good main parachutes and splashing down.
Absolutely.
And one last thing, I'm very honored to get to tell this story, but I want to make sure people know that this story goes so far beyond just this room and the crew. And do you have anybody that you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, so the MER team upstairs in this building, it has we have dozens of people every shift, round the clock. But we have other locations. So we have people, I'd like to say hello to the people outside of this building that support the team that I'm responsible for. So we have dozens of people in Denver at a facility Lockheed Martin has. We have dozens of people outside of Amsterdam in the Netherlands, where the European Space Agency has a similar remote site. So for the people who are there, I'd like to say thank you, because we're drawing upon all of the expertise. And that Artemis expertise is really all over. And I have a lot of different individuals that come to my mind, too many to mention here right now for a specific shout outs. But to be honest, there are moments in this mission that I will look back and realize the successes we had were really because of the many people and the necessity for us to work together and solve those problems together, which is, I think, largely what Artemis is about. It's really about going to the moon, but it's also about doing so together.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. So the work of thousands of people, and now Artemis II going for all humanity.
That's right.
Thank you so much for joining us, Trey, telling us a little bit more about the MER. And I know you have to get back there, so I appreciate your time here today.
Well, thanks, Leah.
Integrity Houston, 2 items. Number 1 for 12.2.2509, orbit burn execution plus X flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured.
Okay, we copy, Stan.
And unfortunately, we have seen the spikes return in the signal from the smoke detector. Can you check that the cable is still not near it, and also tell us what cable it was? If that was EMI off of that cable, we definitely need to document this.
Stan, thanks for keeping an eye on that. Nothing is near the smoke detector right now. The only cable that was an unconnected HDMI cable that goes from cameras, to the encoder. We are near it right now, like a couple heads are near it, but other than that, we are not seeing anything that would cause spikes of any kind.
All right, copy. Thanks for that information. We're still scratching our heads down here.
We're live in the Artemis Mission Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, and you are looking at a live view of Earth. That's coming from a camera on one of Orion's solar array wings, pointed toward its destination. After lunar flyby yesterday, we have officially begun our journey home, splashdown targeted in 3 days, 1 hour, and 8 minutes. We are now 6 days and 9 minutes into the flight of Artemis II, the first flight of humans aboard the Orion spacecraft. We heard some calls earlier about potential noise or pings on the smoke detector. There are no alarms going off, obviously, on the smoke detector, and the crew sees nothing out of the norm aboard the spacecraft, so teams on the ground are trying to figure out where that interference might be coming from. It's a little more of a quiet day for the crew after their extremely busy day yesterday during lunar flyby. They had the opportunity to speak live with the crew living and working on the International Space Station right now, and shortly thereafter conducted the post-lunar flyby conference with our science officer here on console, Kelsey Young. The crew called down some of their observations yesterday and answered the science team's questions while that was still fresh on their minds. The crew members have also gotten a chance to talk with their families today and have been slated to do some exercise. And they're targeted to execute the RTC-1 burn, that's Return Trajectory Correction 1, at about 7:03 p.m. Central Time. That's a small burn that will help fine-tune Orion's path on its way back home to Earth. Currently, the crew are enjoying their midday meals. On the menu today are some soups. We've got split pea soup, potato soup, turkey tetrazzini, beef patty, tortillas, spicy green beans, vegetarian chili, grilled chicken, tomatoes and eggplant, apples and spice, macaroni and cheese, and some mango salad, as was mentioned in that ISS ship-to-ship call earlier, and some more coffee. Speaking of coffee, there are 43 cups of coffee on the spacecraft to help power the Artemis II crew. I mentioned tortillas as well. There are 58 tortillas on the spacecraft. Tortillas are often used in place of bread when we're talking about Orion or the International Space Station.
Photo TV.
Go ahead for Photo TV.
Hey, Stan, on PCD2, we threw about 10 images in there in imagery for downlink for Photo TV subfolder. If Photo TV could take a look and hopefully give us a thumbs up, and if not, give us feedback, that would be appreciated.
We will get those down and take a look and get back to you.
That call from Commander Reed Wiseman down to Capcom Stan Love here in Mission Control Houston about some photos that they are sending down. We continue to get photos from the crew aboard Orion, and you can see all the latest ones on NASA's social media. That is at NASA or at NASA Artemis, and you can also find those at images.nasa.gov. talking a little bit more about the food on the spacecraft, and tortillas typically being preferred as the essentially bread of choice. Bread has a lot of crumbs, and when in space, those can float pretty much anywhere and get into the ECLIS, the Environmental Control and Life Support Systems. And you do not want anything clogging up your fans for those life support systems, so tortillas are often the preferred, essentially, bread of choice. Again, this is a live view from the Orion spacecraft, and you can track Orion at any time by visiting nasa.gov/track-Artemis. That's our ARROW website, which stands for Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. It's a very useful tool telling you exactly how far Orion is away from Earth and the Moon. Currently, the spacecraft is 226,586 miles away from our blue planet, there on your screen. Again, this is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are monitoring the flight of Orion, the first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft. You will see the Earth on your screen, and it will continue to grow bigger and bigger as we get closer to our return, now 3 days and 58 minutes away. Our splashdown was determined by the translunar injection burn that happened all the way back on flight day 2. We don't have a separate deorbit burn. That translunar injection burn set us up for a free return trajectory, harnessing the moon's gravity and Earth's gravitational pull to bring us back for that splashdown. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Next major milestone on the crew's timeline will be the RTC-3 burn. We are now just 1 hour away from ignition of that burn. This is a 1.4 foot per second burn. Again, that's relatively small, and so this is a trajectory correction burn, as is in the name. These are just small refinements for our trajectory that was set during the translunar injection burn back on flight day 2. Checking in from Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston. We are now a mission elapsed time of 6 days and 36 minutes since the launch of Artemis II. Our crew members, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, are living and working aboard the spacecraft as the first crew to fly aboard Orion. They're testing all spacecraft systems and conducting other demos to help prepare for future missions to the moon.
Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to Starfield maneuvers, and we have a couple of other words for you.
Copy, Starfield, Stan. Go ahead, your words.
All right, late call SM prop helium ISO valves are configured. The aux branch 1 will remain closed. There is no change to the burn plan or to the pad. However, right after the burn, we're going to change the active burn plan to the plan in slot 4, which is nominal PLS RTC last.
Okay, that makes sense. We're expecting that, Stan. Sounds great.
Welcome back. We are still here. They are in space.
And Stan, while we have you, there's a new photo in PAO for downlink on PCD2.
Copy. We'll go look for the photo on PCD2.
Those communications coming from Commander Reed Wiseman aboard the Orion spacecraft about some photos that we hope to be able to show you soon. The crew has been great about providing us with beautiful imagery. You can find those images at images.nasa.gov. And we are standing by for the return trajectory correction 1 burn, now just 43 minutes away. Again, this is a small maneuver for the spacecraft, firing of those reaction control system thrusters.
Houston Integrity, are we okay for secondary purge line?
Checking. And Integrity, we are go for secondary line.
Great, thank you.
You're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft and a camera mounted on one of its solar array wings. As you can see, some of the light changing outside of the spacecraft. These cameras are exactly what we used to observe lunar flyby yesterday, and of course, we got some beautiful images down from the crew inside the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Starfield maneuvers complete.
We copy, Stan. Thank you.
Live here in Mission Control Houston, where teams are continuing to monitor the flight of Orion, coming up on the return trajectory correction burn 1. This is, again, a very short burn. It'll be 1.4 feet per second. And that's coming up in about 31 minutes. Before then, the team here on the ground will have a final burn conference with the crew. If you've been watching throughout the day, you can tell this is a little more of a quiet day for the crew. We are preparing for this burn now coming up in 30 minutes, but the crew had an extremely busy day yesterday and therefore got some time off, especially scheduled for after this burn. The crew woke up at about 10:35 a.m. Central Time, got into their post-sleep period before moving into their daily planning conference, talking with teams on the ground.
In integrity, we see good targeting, go to burn the onboard. Also, MCC has pulled go for RTC-1. And a reminder, there's a 1-hour forward link LOS right about the time of the burn, so we can watch but not call or command during that period. And correction, we're still assessing go for the burn.
Okay, that sounds good, Stan. Then we'll plan on just closing out 12.2.2509 as per the burn plan, and we'll talk to you on the other side of that burn then, or after that loss of return, or loss of forward.
Roger. Stand by for final go. And integrity, MCC is go for the burn.
Okay, we copy, you're still go, and we're go up here.
Recapping a little bit of those communications between Capcom's Stan Love and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft, specifically Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Ground team confirmed that we are go for the RTC-1 burn, return trajectory correction 1, coming up in 27 minutes. That will be at 7:03 p.m. Central Time. Again, a very small fine-tuning of the spacecraft's trajectory ahead of splashdown, now 3 days and 17 minutes from now. You also heard Stan Love call about a forward link LOS. That's a loss of signal, and that means that the teams here on the ground won't be able to send signals or communications to Orion or the crew. However, we will still be getting communications and data from the spacecraft. We occasionally have these loss of signal periods. Yesterday we had our biggest milestone loss of signal, which was to fly the Orion spacecraft behind the moon when they were unreachable from Earth for 40 minutes. But again, recapping the crew's day, they had their daily planning conference with the team, getting a read on any of the spacecraft systems and asking any questions before they started their workday. First thing on their schedule today was the ship-to-ship call with the International Space Station. It was wonderful to hear both voices of the space station crew and the crew aboard Orion talking to each other. We look forward to being able to share that audio paired with video from both crew members at a later date. After that ship-to-ship call, the crew got to talk with the science team here on the ground during the post-lunar flyby conference. This was scheduled specifically for this morning while the flyby was fresh in their memories to get to talk with the science team and answer any outstanding questions that team had following yesterday's flyby. We've continued to release imagery from that flyby period, and they are absolutely remarkable. You can find those on NASA social media or at images.nasa.gov. Since that post-lunar flyby, it's been a little bit more relaxed for the crew. Christina had some opportunistic science imaging when she was able to take pictures of the Earth and the Moon from the spacecraft's current point. All of the astronauts have also had scheduled time for a private family conference today. That's a PFC. The crew has also, some of the crew members have also completed their exercise for the day and their midday meal. After this RTC-1 burn, again, 7:03 p.m. Central Time, we will have
And Integrity looking ahead to the forward link LOS. The ARS is configured for exercise, so Christina can begin during the LOS.
Okay, we understand that, and she will follow the procedure and say facades before she starts.
Thank you. Great words.
before that crew call, just remarking that the astronauts that have not exercised yet today will do that later this afternoon. And not much else on the timeline for the crew today. Again, getting some well-deserved rest following their very busy lunar flyby day. Looking ahead to the crew's timeline tomorrow, flight day 8, some of the timeline does shift around as this is the first flight of humans on this spacecraft, and we are learning exactly what we need to test while on board. We have another opportunity to work with the OX suits, the Orion Crew Survival System suits. We had the crew suit up in those just a couple of days ago, and obviously this is a major part of the mission because the crew launches in these suits as well as splashes down in them. So figuring out how to put them on and take them off in space, especially in the event of any sort of a cabin depressurization in which these suits would become essentially a private spacecraft, allowing the crew to have a breathing environment for 6 days. It's very important to us to best understand how these suits work in that environment. The crew will also have their scheduled exercise tomorrow, and we are tracking a potential manual piloting demonstration. We saw this just a couple of days ago when a couple of the crew members were able to manually control the spacecraft, continuing to teach us about how Orion flies in space.
Integrity tank pressures are good for the burn.
Integrity copies.
Recent calls from the ground to the crew letting them know that we've had good systems checks aboard the spacecraft. Of course, we remain go for that upcoming RTC-1 burn, return trajectory correction 1. These are such small burns that sometimes they are canceled. We did see that on the way out. These were called outbound trajectory correction burns before we got to the moon, and we canceled the first 2 of those. They were just deemed unnecessary due to the current trajectory aboard Orion. We also see that sometimes when our crew members are flying to the International Space Station, the trajectory will be precise enough that they can forego some of those burns. However, we did opt into the last outbound trajectory correction burn, and we're opting into this return burn as well.
The integrity saws in position for the burn. All brakes set.
Okay, we show the same stin.
Capcom Stan Love calling to the crew that all of these solar array wings, or SAWs, are in the proper configuration for this return trajectory correction burn. Before we conduct a burn, or even when we conduct exercise, we place these SAWs, or solar array wings, in a locked position so that no loads imparted on them by the thrusters can damage them. So we are targeting that burn in 16 minutes, but ahead of that, this Artemis II mission is a new opportunity to study the moon, but teams are also conducting other scientific experiments, including on the crew themselves. Here's a little more about the science of the mission.
Artemis II is our return of humans to the moon, flying around the moon on board Orion. But along with that, we're doing a lot of great science.
One of the exciting things about the Artemis missions to the moon is that science is actually a fundamental pillar of why we explore, why we're going, what we're doing in Artemis.
I think it's incredibly exciting that not only are we testing the vehicle, but we're testing science on board. Science where the astronauts are conducting experiments, science riding along with the astronauts. We have astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
It will help us understand the deep space environment. It will help us understand how that environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and life in general.
So deep space is a challenge for us because you have to leave Earth's protective magnetic field. Here in low Earth orbit, the crew members are protected from some of the harmful radiation. Going to the moon, they'll no longer be protected, so they'll have a higher radiation exposure.
Much like Artemis I, we have so many radiation sensors and detectors that are inside the capsule so that we can fully understand and appreciate the radiation environment for protecting our astronauts. In my hand here, I'm holding a tissue chip model. This is the exact design that's going to be flying alongside the astronauts. We'll be collecting samples from each of the crew members, and we can make these organ chips out of the astronauts themselves. So every crew member will have their own avatar on board, and then upon return, we can evaluate that deep space radiation environment and what that compares to the astronaut themselves. Not only are they going to help change the course of medicine for the astronauts, but revolutionizing that on Earth as well.
We're looking at sleep, we're looking at team dynamics, we're looking at how you interact with the environment. We're also looking at the immune system, so what are the biomarkers? We're using saliva as a method to study hormones and different things in your body that may change during a mission like this. And then finally, how do we function after microgravity, being close to the moon, then returning to Earth?
Which will ultimately help us achieve our goal of getting humans to Mars.
And then on top of that, we have an opportunity to look at the moon from deep space on the far side for the first time in over 50 years.
Having human eyeballs and brains back around the moon is going to unlock a new generation of lunar science discovery. The human eyeball is capable of taking in so much data in just a split second. They'll be able to tackle impact history, volcanic history. They'll be able to look at how the albedo, or kind of the shade and hue of the moon and the color of the moon, can tell us something about how that terrain evolved over time. We're integrating science in ways that have never been integrated into human exploration before. We have a front room mission control flight controller position called the Science Officer. We have a brand new science back room where it's basically our brain trust of lunar scientists and geologists supporting the crews of the future. And Artemis II will allow us to really test how this works so that future missions are really set up for success.
We'll also be deploying some CubeSats. They're small shoebox-sized spacecraft of their own. They're each provided by another country, one of our partners. As they conduct their research, they'll complement what we are doing at the moon with Orion.
It is so incredibly exciting to be a part of this mission.
It has been, really one of the privileges of a lifetime.
I can see the work I'm doing benefit crew members right now and benefit the crew members in the future. So it's incredibly exciting and it's very rewarding.
As this rocket launches humanity off of the Earth, we'll be setting the stage through our science to prepare humanity to leave Earth and explore the solar system.
Understood, Stan.
Live here in the Artemis Mission Control Room, we are 11 minutes away from the RTC-1, Return Trajectory Correction 1 burn. We did hear some cautions from the cruise systems about a propulsion system issue. The team is discussing whether or not this is an optocoupler issue or something in the prop system.
30 seconds to maneuver.
Okay, integrity copies.
Currently, the Orion spacecraft is maneuvering to its burn attitude. This view on your screen is a visualization of the Orion spacecraft and its current position. You can see those attitude maneuvers. Team here reporting that we are in attitude for the burn, now 8 minutes away.
Integrity in attitude for the burn. We may be about 7 degrees different from what was calculated ahead of time, but that's within our tolerance.
Okay, copy. And Houston integrity. We just want to report what we're seeing here to make sure you're seeing the same thing. So ox helium isolation valve 1 was closed and inhibited prior to the caution and warning. And then it seemed that when ox helium isolation 2 closed and fuel helium isolation valve 1 closed and were inhibited, that is when the caution and warning started.
All correct. Thank you. And integrity, we had a branch swap. We thought we had inhibited the fitter. Evidently not. We're still evaluating.
Integrity copies.
We are now 5 minutes, 28 seconds from the return trajectory correction 1 burn.
Integrity Houston for prop. After the burn, we'd like the valve reconfig per the procedure, and recall that's been edited so that you won't touch the branch 1 aux. We will have 2 PRUs to recover later. We'll do that after the forward link LOS.
Okay, understood. So we will execute the procedure as written with the delta about the aux helium isolation valve 1.
Good words, and the procedure guides you that way.
Thank you, Stan.
Now less than 4 minutes until the return trajectory correction 1 burn. The crew did receive some warnings, or cautions I should say, about something in the prop system, specifically the PRUs. These are the pressure regulator units, and those will need to be reset later today. We are going to go into a forward link LOS. That's a loss of signal where we can't send communications or commands to the crew. However, we will still get data and communications from the spacecraft. That forward link LOS will start shortly after the burn, now about 3 minutes away. And the team here in Mission Control Houston remains go for that burn. Now 2 minutes away from the return trajectory correction burn. Again, this is a small burn using the reaction control system thrusters on the Orion spacecraft. One minute away from the return trajectory correction burn. Standing by for the RTC-1 burn. We have ignition and 4 good engines and good control.
Integrity preliminary look is a good burn. Still assessing. 40 seconds to LOS.
Okay, Stan, we saw a good burn on board as well.
Roger.
Confirmation from the crew that they also saw a good return trajectory correction 1 burn coming at 7:03 p.m. Central Time. This view coming from the spacecraft, looking down at the European service module and the solar arrays. Again, we just conducted the RTC-1 burn. That's return trajectory correction 1. That came right on time at 7:03 p.m. Central Time, and then we entered a forward link LOS, or loss of signal. That means that we cannot send communications to the spacecraft right now, but we can still get data from them. Again, a very quiet day for the rest of the day for this crew. They will have some opportunity to exercise. There will be another private family conference. And that's about it before the crew steps into their private medical conference, or PMC, before they get to sleep tonight. We schedule these private medical conferences occasionally throughout a flight so we can have them check in with the teams here on the ground and report how they are feeling while in space.
Houston integrity, RHC stow is complete, and we're proceeding through the prop valve reconfiguration with your comments in mind.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Again, we are in a temporary loss of signal forward link with the spacecraft, meaning we can't send communications or commands to them, but we still get their data. As you can see, we are now over 53,680 miles away from the moon. We are here as part of the Orbit 1 shift, and that's about 10,000 miles farther than we were upon arrival earlier today. This is Artemis Mission Control. We did get final confirmation of that return trajectory correction 1 burn being a successful burn, and it ended up being 1.6 feet per second delta V. We are in a forward link LOS, or loss of signal, and the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft is, Christina Cook specifically, is going to get into some exercise. Again, this is a quiet day for the crew as they had a very busy day yesterday and have some busy days coming up as well. We are live in the Artemis Mission Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are in a forward link LOS, loss of signal, with the Orion spacecraft. Forward link meaning that we are not able to send commands here from the ground, but we can still receive data from the crew. We are using the Deep Space Network for this mission, being that we are so far from the Earth, and these LOSs, or loss of signal periods, are tracked. We're currently 54,082 miles away from the moon. That's almost 50,000 more miles than our closest approach yesterday during the lunar flyby. That was about 4,067 miles above the lunar surface. We've even heard some calls today of the crew that they have new imagery that they'd like to send down, so we are trying to get that out to you as quickly as possible. You can find it on images.nasa.gov or on NASA and NASA Artemis on social media. If you are loving this mission and you want to know more about the work that happens here at Johnson Space Center or across the agency, NASA has a suite of podcasts for you to enjoy. Houston, We Have a Podcast is recorded here at Johnson and has over 400 episodes with scientists, engineers, astronauts, and more, all about various parts of human spaceflight. We even have recent episodes with this Artemis II crew. You can visit nasa.gov/podcasts to check that out. This is Artemis Mission Control. The Orbit 1 team is currently on console, led by NASA Flight Director Jeff Radigan. The Orbit 2 team is starting to filter into the room. This will be the team that...
We're just calling in the blind to keep you synced up with us. We have 2 points we'd like to make. We'll give you a second. All right, the first point in 12.2.2509, when we got to the prop reconfiguration, as you are seeing, our ox helium isolation valve 2 and our fuel helium isolation valve 1 are inhibited, and so we left those closed, and of course ox helium isolation valve 1 is also closed. And we're going to leave them in that config until we get two-way comm back with you. And I've got one more item with you. All right, and the second item is we've talked it over as a crew, and based on the recommendations in the daily summary, if we did end up in an off-nominal situation where we absolutely needed prop, we would go ahead and open ox helium isolation valve 1. That's all we got for you. We'll talk to you when you have both forward and return.
Those calls from the crew, specifically Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, calling down about the prop cautions that they saw just before going into the RTC burn, that return trajectory correction burn. They did call down when we are in an AOS, or an LOS, I should say, a loss of signal with the Orion spacecraft from the ground side. So we can't send communications and commands to them right now, but we can get their communications. Those prop cautions popped up just before the RTC-1 burn, about 15 minutes prior to that burn, and the team considered us still go at that time. The spacecraft is in a good configuration, and teams here on the ground are working through procedures for how to clean up those cautions. This is Mission Control Houston, specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room. Now a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 2 hours, and 13 minutes into the flight of Artemis II. We are in a forward link LOS, meaning we cannot contact the crew right now or send commands, but we have good data from them. We expect to regain communications from this side in about 13 minutes. We were monitoring some prop cautions for the spacecraft that the crew received just before the RTC-1 burn. The spacecraft is in a good configuration. We continue to get good data, and teams on the ground will help the astronauts work through any necessary procedures. This is Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. You're looking at a visualization of Orion's current state. We are now 55,000 miles away from the moon, a number that will continue to grow as that number, 223,617 miles from Earth, continues to shrink. You can track Orion at any time by visiting nasa.gov/trackartemis. Here in the Flight Control Room, the Orbit 1 team is starting handover with the Orbit 2 team. This room is monitored 24/7 throughout the mission, all the way through the time the astronauts splash down in the Pacific Ocean, now 2 days, 22 hours, and 55 minutes away. And we are also live on NASA's YouTube throughout the mission.
Integrity Houston, voice check on Madrid after the LOS.
We're with you, Stan.
We got you loud and clear. During the forward LOS, we copied your call for the RHC stow. Jeremy, we copied your call about the prop valves in 12.2.2509 and your plan that if you needed prop, you would open NOx helium mass valve 1, and we were good with both of those conclusions. And we have more software words when you're ready.
Okay, Stan, we're ready for those words. Go ahead.
All right, for the prop cautions, it's still an evolving story. We had a fitter function that should have been inhibited. Even left enabled, we did not see its trigger conditions being met, yet it executed. So we are running tests starting now to understand this better. That fitter swapped branches and turned off 2 PRUs, and we're putting the recovery steps for that system in work, again, starting now. Current thinking is that we'll disable that fitter for future burns.
Okay, that is understood, Stan.
Also, we saw unexpected software commanding to the OHMS engine after the burn. Flight software checks which burn type you are doing before the burn and not after. And when the software does its engine check, if the OME actuators are on, it assumes you're doing an OHMS burn and will command a post-burn gimbal check. So today the actuators were on for the TVC motion checks we were doing earlier in the day. So despite doing an RCS burn, we got a post-burn gimbal check.
Okay, Stan, understood. No impact on that, but an interesting item to know about. Thanks for that.
Well, we take it seriously when the software doesn't do what we expect. That's all we got for you. It's good to have you back.
Okay, and then what configuration do you plan to put the valves in at this point?
Jeremy, we're going to run procedure 30.52.2200, 30.52.2200 from the ground. That will put us into the valve config that we're seeking, and you can follow along in that procedure if you like.
Okay, and I thought I heard 2 different procedure numbers, so can you just read that back again?
30.52.2200.
Okay, we got it. And then, sorry, just we're not going to get into that procedure. We're going to get into some other stuff. But what will be the end configuration for those helium valves?
Jeremy, we're going to end with aux helium branch 1 closed, all other helium branch open.
Okay, understood that. And what about inhibiting? Will anything be inhibited?
Checking. Jeremy, all 4 helium isols will be enabled, but only Ox-Helium-1 will be closed.
Okay, understood. All enabled and Ox-Helium-1 closed. Appreciate those insights.
Good readback.
And Houston, just one other detail. We want to make sure it got down accurately communicated to you prior to the burn. We went into that seeing Ox-Helium isolation valve 1 inhibited, closed and inhibited, which was not what we were expecting from the daily summary. We just wanted to make sure that that was clear to you and that's what you were seeing as well.
Yeah, sorry, Jeremy. We inhibited that valve from the ground earlier, and we should have told you about it.
Okay, all right. That closes all the loops for us. We're doing good up here. Everything feels great, and we're just working through our timeline. Appreciate it.
Our pleasure. And FYI, we're doing team handover to Orbit 2 as we speak.
Copy that. Thanks, everyone, and looking forward to working with Orbit 2.
Here, one more question for you. We're 18 minutes out from an attitude maneuver and wondering what the exercise plan is.
We were a bit late getting to that exercise. The intention was to still do it. Can we do exercise through the CCU dump? Any restrictions on that?
Checking.
And while you're checking that, Stan, if you guys could just safely raise for us from the ground, we'd appreciate it.
So, Jeremy, we can't exercise during attitude maneuvers, and we have an attitude maneuver at the beginning and at the end of the CCU activity that's coming up here. So I think we're going to have to shift exercise to the far side of the CCU dump.
Right, okay, that makes sense. All right, we will sync you up on what the plan is. We may start exercise before the CCU dump if you're okay with that, and then cease it prior to your maneuvers, if that works for you.
Copy. We'll give you a 2-minute warning for stopping exercise to allow a raise to damp and then do the attitude maneuver. Basically, you only have 10 minutes before you have to stop.
Plan. This is just a resistive set for Christina, so it's easy to stop it in the middle and pick it up after the dump.
Okay. And Jeremy, we'd like you to not try to start exercise before the CCU dump. We'll pick it up on the other side, please.
Okay, understand your direction is to defer exercise till after the CCU dump.
Yes, thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control with the mission elapsed time of 6 days, 2 hours, and 40 minutes into the Artemis II flight. We have regained forward link LOS, or forward link contact with the crew, I should say, meaning we can now send communications and commands to the Orion spacecraft. Again, this was a tracked LOS whenever we understood that we would not have that capability for about an hour. However, we did have spacecraft data and communications that entire time. Just before the RTC-1, that return trajectory correction burn, now an hour and 12 minutes ago, the crew received some cautions on their screen about the prop system. The conversation from Capcom Stan Love here in Mission Control Houston to the crew, explaining some of those cautions and why they received them, and that they are putting recovery steps for that system in work. There was some also unexpected software commanding, and the team is taking a look into that, but the vehicle is in a good condition. You also heard the Capcom and crew walking through a little bit of the rest of the day. Again, it's been a pretty quiet day for the crew as they were very busy yesterday during lunar flyby. Now for the rest of the day, they will get into some exercise. A crew member will get the chance to speak with their family. They'll also have their private medical conferences before going to bed tonight. These are conferences that are routinely scheduled throughout spaceflight to ensure the ground and the astronauts have a chance to check in on how everyone is feeling. Here in Artemis Mission Control, the Orbit 1 team has completed their handover to the Orbit 2 team, so I'll also be handed over to my friend Anna Schneider. Reminder that our coverage is live 24/7 on NASA's YouTube, so don't go anywhere because we are here until the crew is splashed down and recovered off the coast of California.
Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and have completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team. The Orbit 2 team tonight will be led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and the Capcom or capsule communicator will be Tess Caswell. The Orion spacecraft, of which you can see a live view there on your screen, those views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras. That spacecraft and its crew are currently about 55,000 miles away from the moon and about 222,000 miles away from the Earth. Following yesterday's lunar flyby, they are now in the return leg of their journey with an expected splashdown on Friday, April 10th. The crew has an off-duty day today, so there's very minimal timeline tasks for them. However, the first return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-1 burn, was recently completed at 7:03 p.m. Central Time, 8:03 p.m. Eastern Time. There are 3 planned small return trajectory correction burns along the return journey home to ensure the crew is set up for a safe re-entry and splashdown. The last of the trio of burns is scheduled to take place on flight day 10, about 5 hours before entry interface, once the crew has begun working through their preparations for coming home. So while it's an off-duty day, for the remainder of the day, the crew will complete their daily exercise using the flywheel exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft, but otherwise, they mostly have free time to do as they choose before preparing for sleep.
Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to the maneuver to the CCU dump attitude.
Integrity copy.
And Ike, while I've got you, we have 2 requests for you on this activity.
Okay, I'm ready to copy.
All right, if you would please just let us know when you start and stop the vent and how many CCUs you dump, if more than 1.
Okay, I will let you know. I plan to dump 2 CCUs, and I will let you know when I start and when I stop. And just confirm through the maneuver, though, we are still go for CCU dumps until then.
And Victor, if you would please pause on any dumping until we get to the timelined activity.
Okay, we copy. We have paused secondary line dumping.
Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're seeing a live look of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its return journey back home to Earth. You just heard some communication between the crew, namely NASA astronaut Victor Glover and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control Houston, which for Orbit 2 is Tess Caswell. And they were discussing an upcoming CCU dump. CCU stands for collapsible contingency urinals, and they typically vent that liquid overboard each day. So they are in the process of preparing for that upcoming vent overboard. And this is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You can currently see a live view of that Orion spacecraft as it performs a small attitude maneuver to get it into position to perform an upcoming wastewater dump.
Houston Integrity, we have dropped a VC call. Can you please redial?
In work.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You just heard a call there from the crew. They were referencing a PFC, which is a private family conference. The flight control position here in Mission Control that is responsible for coordinating and setting those up, specifically the connection from the ground to the crew, is the BME position, which is the biomedical engineer. And they ensure crew health and safety by planning, facilitating, and monitoring all activities involving crew health, medical operations, and relevant hardware.
Houston. We're about 60 seconds from the first CCU dump.
Copy.
Okay, Houston, turning the knob, the valve in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Houston copies. Vent started.
Okay, I stopped the dump. We don't like to let the CCUs collapse. I'm going to vent it, let it open back up, and then start the dump again in 10 seconds.
We copy, Victor.
Vent is open. Houston Integrity starting the second CCU dump in 5, 4. Valve closed, venting and dumping the rest of the second CCU in 10 seconds.
We copy.
Houston Integrity. That is the filled CCU dumps complete. I could actually provide another one for you in about 2 minutes if you want, and actually I would love to do that if that's an option.
And Victor, we'll be happy to take you up on that. For your awareness, the maneuver out of this attitude kicks off at 3:20. And to be perfectly clear, that's when we would want the dump to be complete.
Victor copies.
Integrity Houston, for awareness, we are one command away from clearing the prop cautions that are on the board. And if you want to follow along, you can look on the prop SMPRU display.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're hearing some communication there from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, specifically NASA astronaut Victor Glover.
Houston, we're starting the dump in 3 seconds.
Copy.
As they are wrapping up a wastewater dump. These activities typically happen every day. And then they also...
Off the vent, starting in 5.
And they also, the team here in Mission Control also noted that the cautions on the screen that appeared ahead of the earlier return trajectory correction burn are starting to be cleared as they are returning the propulsion system back to a steady state, and they are putting those recovery steps in work after those cautions were received.
Okay, Houston, CCU dump complete.
Copy. Perfect timing. Integrity Houston for awareness. Once we complete this maneuver, we will park the saws and we will let you know, but we are prioritizing getting into configuration to allow you to begin exercise expediently. Thank you so much, Tess.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. Joining me now on console is Dr. Suzanne Bell, Principal Investigator for Artemis II Archer Study. Welcome, Suzanne.
Thank you, Anna.
And to start, can you tell us a little bit more about your role for this mission?
Well, this is an exciting mission for us because it's the first time that we've had astronauts beyond low Earth orbit in 50 years. And so it's exposure to deep space, which for us is a number of space hazards that we don't get exposure to anywhere in the world or even in low Earth orbit on the International Space Station. So what we're doing is collecting data to understand behavioral health, how crew interacts with Orion systems, how the team works together, and then how sleep affects their performance.
So you mentioned a little bit about the data you'll be collecting, but can you go into a little bit more about the devices and how you'll be collecting that data?
We collect some pre-mission data, which is a really important understanding of the crew's baseline before they're exposed to deep space. We collect in-mission data. I actually wore one today. It's an actigraphy device, and the crew is wearing it even on their day off today. So we can track their activity as well as their sleep patterns and getting an understanding of the way they're interacting and using the cabin and some other things. We also collect a lot of data post-mission. Something I'm really excited about is our R+0 or Return +0 data collection on their cognitive performance as well as their operational performance. Humans are very adaptable, but that transition, because we are so adaptable, is something that we pay attention to for preparation for things like landing on the moon someday. So that's an important data collection for us. And then other data collection after post-mission also includes a really important debrief. So we get an understanding of where there might be performance sticking points, or where the crew might need more supports with behavioral health or how to team together. And so it's critical that we can get an understanding of the data, but then explore this data with the crew, and they really provide important insights. This crew is the only one that's gone into deep space since we've had more modern methods of looking at these things, and so getting their interpretation of what happened is really important context for us to understand.
And so Orion is significantly smaller than the International Space Station, which a lot of us are used to, but how will that size impact how the 4 crew members are living and working together on their mission?
Well, that's a very good question and something I'm interested to find out. So one of the aspects of teamwork we look at is something called group living, that concept of being considerate of others and being tidy in the workspace, and how does the space work in terms of habitability and being able to be together in that small environment. And Orion's interesting. It's very small. The International Space Station is something like a 6-bedroom apartment, and this is something like the size of a camper van or 2 small vans. It's a little different, though, without gravity in the way that we have in Earth, and that you can use little cubbies of it and different spaces on it. So I'm really interested to hear from the crew, is it as tight as it seems? Did they have procedures and workarounds to make it seem more roomy? Particularly interested in sleep. So right now in the International Space Station, sleep is very well managed, and they have private sleeping areas, and it's just it's conducive to sleep, but Orion's quite different, and it's similar to hammocks or just spread across in that small environment in a different way. And so it'll be really interesting to hear from the crew. Well, one is to look at their sleep patterns with our watches like this that we have with them, but second, to get their perspective on, did it work out? And one of the reasons it's good to hear their perspective is because this is a 10-day mission, but we're looking at a sustained presence on the moon, 45-day missions, longer. And so some of the stuff will be passable for a 10-day mission, but they'll also give us insights into, we worked it out, but there's going to have to be a different setup or different ways of using Orion for longer missions.
And you touched on how this is a test flight. Is there anything that you're hoping to learn that maybe you haven't learned yet from the 7 days that we've done? There's probably going to be a lot of data collection even after the mission.
I'm really interested in this part of the mission. So we've done testing of Orion. It was magical to do the lunar flyby. That is really meaningful work. Now we're on the way home when the high is kind of over, right? And so there's fixing toilets today and some other things that it's kind of coming off of that high. We know from our data that having positive affect, having that excited feeling can actually help your performance and really is important for the crew in terms of their well-being. So even this coming down, I'll be curious how they react to that. And so it's still a critical part of the human test, even though we're done with a lot of the other testing, although testing is ongoing on pretty much everything. But
so you touched on it a little bit, but what role does team dynamics play in your study?
Team dynamics is one of our main pillars that we look at. So we're interested in both how the crew works together as a team, but also how they work back with mission control. A lot of the ways we do things right now are based on real-time interaction. And as we create a sustained presence on the moon and are increasingly looking to things like Mars, we'll become more Earth independent. So we have to push some of the decision-making to the crew, some of the problem-solving to the crew. And so looking at that dynamic both within the crew but then back with mission control so we can kind of create this Earth independent eventual direction that we're trying for.
That's super interesting. So what about sleep? So what role does this wrist device play in tracking their sleep, and how does sleep play into this study?
Sleep's really important. Even in this mission, we pushed the crew a couple times, and they had smaller sleep intervals than you would expect or that you would even suggest from a performance perspective. Co-investigator on this project is Dr. Erin Flynn Evans at the Sleep Lab out of Ames, Sleep and Fatigue Lab. And so she and her team actually tested some of these patterns ahead of time to make sure that performance could still be sustained under the extremes of not only being in
Houston, the saws are parked. You are go for exercise.
Copy. Thanks. Starting now.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard a call up there from the Capcom or Capsule Communicator here in Mission Control to NASA astronaut Christina Cook, currently on board the Orion spacecraft. They mentioned that the solar array wings, or those saws, there's 4 of those attached to the Orion spacecraft that manage power generation. Those have been placed in a park position, so the crew is now able to resume their exercise, that exercise using the flywheel device on board the Orion spacecraft. All right, Suzanne, so you were talking a little bit about sleep and the role that plays.
Yeah, so as we are doing things like testing systems, sometimes you don't get all the sleep that you wanted. So we had early in the mission, for example, the crew was allowed a 4-hour sleep opportunity. Dr. Erin Flynn Evans and her team, that's collaborators on this research of ours, tested that ahead of time to make sure that it would be doable for the crew, because you're talking about a performance circumstance that's extreme. Okay, so now you're doing performance in a different type of gravity. You're in a small space. You're coordinating not only with your crew, but back with mission control. The crew is highly trained, so that goes obviously a very long way. But still, if you're tired, you can still make errors. And errors in this type of situation and in space, can have severe consequences. So we really want to make sure the crew's positioned for success. We can learn about where we can push them in a mission like this, where we were able to push them a little bit on the sleep, but then where we'll have to pull back, where there might have been areas that we've pushed a little too far. And so that's some of the data we'll be getting.
And I'm curious, so the crew right now is actually in mostly an off-duty day. So does that also kind of factor in to some of your study, like when they have busy days and then they have some time off? How does that play a role into some of that health and performance?
Yeah, so on the International Space Station, some of what the Behavioral Health and Performance Operations Group is fatigue management. And so importantly, having that work-rest cycle and interval is critically important. All of us at home, you know, when we work, we need that day off. You know, so do astronauts. And they really need to get a lot of work done while they're up there, but they also need that time to unwind. We have research that would suggest that when you take time off, it's important that you disengage. And so crew being able to have that opportunity to have that, you know, restorative time and whatever they need to do to disengage. Like my understanding is today crew wanted a little bit more exercise time. That might not be the same for every crew, but this crew in particular, it seems like something that they're interested in and helps them kind of get that restorative time for themselves.
Super interesting. So there's lots of insights that are going to come from your study, and how will some of those insights help future missions to the moon and maybe even onto Mars one day?
Well, this is critical data for us. So we have learned a lot from low Earth orbit. We know about cognitive performance change. We know that social support is an important buffer for stress. We know that teamwork is critical for performance outcomes. Now we're asking them to do it in a completely different environment. So we're going to use those baseline from our data in low Earth orbit and really build on it using what's called a Bayesian methodology, but where you update each time with new data. And so what Archer really does, which is our research study, is really sets up the infrastructure for understanding human health and performance for Artemis missions. We'll learn from Artemis II, then we'll roll that right in to do our best estimates for Artemis III. We'll provide supports for the crew where we can in these areas, and then we will learn from that data, see where we can push a little bit more, and iterate into the Artemis missions as they get more and more difficult to create that sustained presence on the moon. It's a human performance challenge, and so you know, it's really important to know where can we push, where are we pushing too much, because ultimately that human system is as important as all the other systems that are being tested right now.
Well, it's been a pleasure to have you. To wrap it up, can you tell us what you are most excited to learn regarding this mission?
I'm really interested to learn the sticking points. We try to replicate and understand space as much as possible on Earth, but when you get all of those things together, it's radiation, it's different forms of gravity, it's being in a small space. It's always surprising what kind of can be a sticking point. And so just that crew perspective on, we saw these changes in your data, but from your perspective, where are the sticking points and how do we best support crews of the future? They're the best position to tell us of what's needed to really support the Artemis III crew and then Artemis IV after that.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Suzanne Bell, Principal Investigator for the Artemis II Archer Study.
Thank you, Anna.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 6 days, 3 hours, and 44 minutes into the Artemis II mission here on flight day 7. We recently had Dr. Suzanne Bell join us to talk about the Archer study flying as part of Artemis II. And as a part of this study, NASA wants to know how Artemis II astronauts adapt to Orion's living space. The crew is wearing wristband devices that record their sleep and movements. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at how data collected before, during, and after flight will provide scientists with valuable insights into how crews adjust to life in deep space.
Have you ever lived in a dorm room or gone on vacation in a small camper van? Now imagine you're with 4 people flying around the moon in a small space. That's what our Artemis II astronauts will do in the Orion spacecraft. For comparison, the International Space Station is bigger than a 6-bedroom house, but a spacecraft like Orion provides an opportunity for scientists to gain valuable insights into how crews traveling to deep space adjust to living in tight quarters. To better understand how isolation, confinement, and other aspects of spaceflight affect human health and performance, Artemis II crew members will evaluate their activity levels, sleep patterns, movements, and interactions for a study called Artemis Research for Crew Health and Readiness, or Archer for short. Artemis II astronauts will wear wristband devices that record their sleep and movements, similar to a digital watch you might wear on Earth to track your daily activity. Crew members will don the monitor during the mission to provide real-time health and behavioral data. Scientists will compare what's collected in flight to baselines collected before launch and after landing. Crew members will also complete surveys and tests of motor control before and after flight to help scientists assess how well they work individually and as a team. Results of the study will provide input into the design of future Artemis missions, helping NASA pinpoint how to make the best use of space in, well, space.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft named Integrity as it makes its return journey back home to Earth with splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently in an off-duty period. The crew is currently working through some exercise. Specifically, CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen is working on his exercise period. The crew has about an hour block of time each day dedicated to exercise using the flywheel exercise device, but outside of those exercise blocks, the crew is mostly free to do what they want for the remainder of the day. They will have a brief private medical conference towards the end of the day, followed by a private flight director conference during which they will discuss the vehicle status along with any questions or concerns they may have going into the next flight day. And then that will wrap up flight day 7 as the crew will then head into their pre-sleep period, during which they will have the opportunity to eat dinner and complete any hygiene activities before they head into sleep. The crew's sleep period is expected to begin in about 4 hours and 40 minutes from now.
Houston integrity low priority question for prop system when you have a minute.
We have as many minutes as you need.
This should be quick. We see that the prop system is reconfigured after RTC-1. The only thing that we wanted to clarify from our crew displays is that it looks to us like Oxhelium Isol 1 is both closed and inhibited. We expected it to be closed, but not inhibited.
Checking. And Reed, you are just one step ahead of us. We had inhibited it as part of the recovery process, but we are about to re-enable it as our last step.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And while I got you, just wanted to give you a heads up. We've got slot 4 active on board for RTC last.
All right, high fives all around. That's a big accomplishment for the team and for the mission. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You just heard some communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, of which you can see a live view of the exterior of that spacecraft as it makes its way back to Earth. That communication between the crew and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, which you can see a look at that Capcom console in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The Capcom currently on console is Test Caswell for Orbit 2. The communication was related to the prop or propulsion system prior to the earlier return trajectory correction 1 burn, which was completed at 7:03 p.m. Central Time, 8:03 p.m. Eastern Time. There were some cautions that were received on screen ahead of that burn related to the prop system, and there were recovery steps put in work related to those cautions, warnings or cautions, and those recovery steps are almost complete. And all of this being managed by the propulsion officer here in Mission Control Houston. That goes by prop, and they are responsible for monitoring the spacecraft's propellants to complete burns required for mission objectives and trajectory purposes.
Integrity Houston for any available regarding additional annotations on science impact flashes.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, we understand that you guys have some additional annotations that you made in OneNote regarding impact flashes, and the easiest way we think to get that to us is if you would take a screenshot of those additional annotations and place that in imagery for downlink, which will save us having to re-downlink the OneNote file.
Okay, I'll do that right now. It'll be on PCD3, and it is a work of art.
Copy, Jeremy. We look forward to taking a look.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. A few moments ago, you heard some additional communication between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft and the team here at Mission Control. They were discussing some science observations that had been made yesterday during the lunar flyby, specifically related to some impact flashes that the crew saw during the eclipse period at the very end of the lunar flyby. These impact flashes are flashes of light from meteoroids that are striking.
Confirm we are go for secondary wastewater dump.
Checking. And Integrity Houston for the CCU dumps, we are still analyzing imagery related to the timelined dump. We would like you to hold off on any additional dumping until the end of our analysis activity, which is in approximately 90 minutes, and we'll give you a call when that's complete.
Okay, we copy. Holding off on dumping, and you confirm 19er or 9er 0 minutes.
And that is 9er 0 minutes. Of course, you can let us know if that's an issue for you guys.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Again, some additional communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, specifically NASA astronaut Victor Glover and the Capcom, or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, Tess Caswell, regarding a wastewater dump. They were working to complete a wastewater dump about an hour ago, and then they put a pause on some additional wastewater dumps for about 90 minutes. And then prior to that most recent call, the crew was also calling down related to some clarification for observations they had made during the lunar flyby related to some impact flashes. Again, these are flashes of light from meteoroids that are striking at the surface of the moon. Earlier in the day, as part of Flight Day 7, the crew did have a post-lunar flyby crew conference with the science team here on the ground to discuss some of their observations while they were still top of mind. Currently here in Mission Control, the science officer on console is Angela Garcia.
Integrity, just for your planning purposes, and so you're tracking what I'm doing here. I was scheduled for aerobic today. I'm going to go ahead and film resistive exercise just because of our tightened timeline. Resistive goes a little faster, and I prefer more resistive anyway. But let me know if anyone has any major heartache with that, and I'll switch back to aerobic.
Copy. Checking. Integrity Houston, back with you on the exercise question. So there are a couple of factors here for you, Jeremy. One, since this is a recorded session, we are looking to get one of aerobic and one of resistive. And because of other activities tomorrow, we think that the resistive fits better tomorrow from a spatial constraints perspective, which is why we had aerobic today. So we're leaning towards recommending that you stick with aerobic today, but additional context is that we do have some wiggle room to extend the time frame where you guys can be exercising today if needed.
Okay, Houston, I can do aerobic today.
Thanks, Jeremy. Integrity Houston for SA regarding a ground activity.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, Reed, just wanted to let you know the ground is about to take a team photo at 4:25 your time. So I will be stepping away from the desk, but I will have my device on speaker. So if you call, it'll just take me an extra minute to pop over here and respond.
Okay, no problem. And we see that the prop system is in the configuration we expected. Thank you.
Fantastic. That is true. Integrity Houston for secondary dumping.
Go ahead, Tess.
Hey, Reed, some good news. We have determined that we are okay if you have additional CCUs that you want to dump. We would just appreciate it if you would let us know anytime you're initiating a dump until MET of 536. We are still collecting imagery associated with that first dump, and it'll just help us to know when additional dumps happen.
Okay, sounds good. We're going to have a dump in about 1 minute here, plus or minus a few minutes. Well, not minus a few, but maybe plus a few. And I thought you were taking a picture, Tess.
We are about to. We're waiting for one very important flight director to arrive.
Okay, great. As we told the Orbit 2 team, really savor these moments as you got the whole group together to take a picture, and just we're really proud of everyone, and we're having a good time up here. Thank you.
Hey, I had you on speaker for that, and we really appreciate your words. The whole team heard you, and we are all really proud to be here with you.
Excellent. And Victor just had a great comment. If you guys get a couple of these early drafts of these pictures of you all, put them in the mission summary. We'd love to see your faces.
We can absolutely do that.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard some communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, which you can see a live view of the exterior of the Orion spacecraft on the left-hand side of your screen. Those views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras. And that communication with the ground discussing ongoing wastewater dumps. And then they were also discussing a team photo that's about to take place here on the ground with the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers. Throughout the mission, there have been 3 different flight directors supporting the Orbit 2 team, starting with Flight Director Paul Kanya, Flight Director Diane Daly, and supporting the Orbit 2 team today. And for the remainder of the Orbit 2s for the Artemis II mission is Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak.